Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another ASMR Sunday edition of our Sangha, which for all intent and purposes is practically the same format-wise, but we'll have an added layer of relaxation, affirmation, relaxation. I hope you enjoy the root chakra ambiance behind, and I'll try to keep my voice in a register that won't go off the rails. Not that I would anyway, or would I? Dun dun dun. Welcome Tattvamasi, thank you for your trio of roses. Jaya Ramana Maharshi. I'm grateful to be here. I'd like to set the intention of this space for being one, for us to come together as fellow students of life, to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, share positive sentiments, regardless of our background, our identity, our belief system, wherever we come from in the world, an all-inclusive space. Namaste, Sky Guardian, and Brihef, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Yeah, so I'll try not to go into any topics that'll keep you up at night. May we relax the mind, but awaken the heart. Hello, dear Chloe. Hello, Goofy Goosey. I'd love to begin with with an invocation from the Taittiriya and Katha Upanishad. Peace prayer, Shanti mantra. Sahana vavatu, sahana bhunaktu, sahaviryang gharvavahai, tejasvina vadhitamastu, ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. May the divine protect us both together. May the divine nourish us both together. May our studies be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Hello, dear Brando. Hello, Yo-Yo Lilac. You heard the name Ramana Maharshi, dear Emma. Yes, he is a great mystic from India. Hello, dear Shell. I'd love to know how you're all feeling at this moment. Regardless of what anyone's going through, I hope you know that this too shall pass, and that your feelings are always a valid expression of what you're going through at this moment. Hello, dear cornbread. Nice to have you here. Hello, dear R. Griffin. Hare Krishna. Dearest Chloe, you feel like crying. So do a lot of people in the world at this moment. You're not alone with that. You're absolutely allowed to. Hello, dear blank cover plates. We'll be live for a couple hours. Hello, Anna Music Note. I'm feeling very relaxed at this moment. Thank you. Hello, dear Raven. You're feeling very blissful, warming up after skiing. I love that for you. Nice to have you here, dear Alti. Much love, dear Will. And thank you, Sugar Plum, for sharing the live. Hello, Christina. I've been well. Thank you for asking, Cornbread. How are you? Sophia asks if I've always been calm. Oh no. Calmness does require practice, that's for sure. We've got royalty here. Yeah, that can happen, dear Chloe, and it's okay. Meditation is never for any purpose other than just to meditate. If we go into the meditation with any expectations, we don't have to. We can meditate just for the purpose of meditating. So if you feel stressed afterwards, that doesn't mean that you failed your purpose. Your meditation was still successful. Who knows how much more stressed you would have been if you didn't meditate. But remember that stress always comes from feeling like we have to fulfill some role at a future time. The only role you have to fulfill is the one that you set yourself up for in this moment. What needs to be done in this moment? Affirm your emotions, maybe. Allow yourself to be. And thank you, Yo-Yo Lilac. Hello, dear Karma. Cornbread, you're amazing. Everything's been going well. And you're feeling relaxed. I'm very happy to hear that. Radhe, Radhe, dearest Miananda. Hello, dear Becca. I'm sorry to hear about your fights with your parents. Can I ask, what keeps you there, even though you want to leave? Good evening, the Oracle reads. Om Shanti. Karma, you ask, how do we separate our biochemical understanding of stress and worry from the direct experience path? We have to attend to our body. Our body is our instrument, and if it needs tuning, we take care of that. Stress, as taught by Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, is an opportunity for better karma yoga, which I think is very fitting given your name, Karma. Karma is, of course, I'm sure you know, means action, and yoga means union. So karma yoga means union through action. What are we unifying in our actions? Our intention with the moment. The equation for stress is very simple. Stress equals intention plus attachment to outcome. Whatever we do in life, we do so with an intention. We are beings that intend on doing certain things. Our actions are not mere random neuronic firings. Whenever there is an action done, you can ask, why are you doing this? Whatever it is you're stressed about, ask yourself, why are you doing something relating to that? If you're stressed about work, ask yourself, why do you go to work? And then notice your own response. Listen to what you have to say. It may be because I want to make sure that I get my paycheck next week, or because I have a responsibility to meet my boss's deadline in a month, or Krishna teaches in the Bhagavad Gita, our why should always be about something in this moment. Because if the why has to do with any other future time, then we set ourselves up to be bound by that action. That's called karmic bondage. If the why, if the intention of your action is for some result, maybe that means gaining something or avoiding something else, then we'll constantly be worried about the time that the results come from that action, and we can't truly be content now. If you can find a way to bring into yoga union all of your intentions with this moment, then that is the key to living a stress-free life. Then you're not worried about any other time, because you know that everything that you do is for the unfolding of this present moment. Thank you, Angela, for your heart me. Ganapataye Namah. That was one of the mantras we sung in a kirtana yesterday. It was my first kirtana. It was very lovely, which is why I wasn't live yesterday. Alright, dear Becca, you answered my question. Thank you. The reason you can't leave your parents is because you keep thinking that you can change who you are to make them love you. That's a big one, hey? Thank you for sharing that. Well, you can change who you are, but you should do so for your own self-love. Your parents, they may have love for you, but do you have love for you? Can you change as a result of your own self-love? Hello, dear Marcy. For Sangha today, you have the snack of soy milk and ginger snap. Oh, I love that. Delicious. I like ginger snaps. I love Ram Dass too, dear Karma. If you invest in the now, the future takes care of itself. Welcome, dear Nate. Chelsea, thank you for the friendship necklace. Om Kham Jahnavyaya Namah. I love that, Miananda. Hello, Riri. Thank you, Bobby. Much love, Karma. You go to Kirtana every Sunday, dear Miananda. I think I might start having to do that too. We did listen to one by your guru, Sky Guardian G. This was the first one in person, in this life. Hello, dear Lauren. Much love, dear Happy Golampi. the oracle reads you share, you saw someone say that the Kali Yuga is ending this year. You didn't think that was true. There are many different perspectives on where we are in the yogic cycle in Hinduism. The traditional view is that we are about 5,000 years into the beginning of the Kali Yuga, and we'll have another 427,000 years or so. The reason there's confusion, however, is because if you pay close enough attention to the world, we do seem to be having an awakening that might seem to contradict the idea of descending further into the Kali Yuga. If the age of darkness, Kali, is upon us, and we're only just beginning, why do we see a mass awakening happening? But actually, this doesn't have to be contradictory to the idea of the Kali Yuga, because it is through darkness that we are better able to find our own light. As the world gets darker, our own consciousness seemingly gets brighter. There are a few different gurus who say that we are approaching the end of the Kali Yuga, or even in a higher yuga. One of those was the guru of Paramahansa Yogananda. His guru, Sri Yukteswar Giri, in his book The Holy Science, gives a calculation that takes into account the precession of the ecliptic and does a conversion between divine years and human years, and says, no, we're actually in Treta Yuga or something. All I know is that regardless of the yuga that the world is in, what yuga is our heart in? Is there a dark age in our heart? Can we make it a golden age, a Satya Yuga? I think, yes, we can make a Satya Yuga in our hearts, regardless of the yuga of the world. Emma, you're wondering where you can find the background music. You can find it on a YouTube channel called Meditative Mind. We're listening to root chakra healing music. Let go worries, anxiety, fear. It's the name of the title of the YouTube video. Dear bro, oh, and thank you for asking, Lauren. I did have a nice day so far. Bro, you ask, is karma actually self-karma, or what people deal in afterlife of bad actions and decisions? Price? There's a lot of nuance surrounding the concept of karma. I think the first thing to understand is where the word comes from. It's not an English word, and it does translate to something in English, which is funny, because most of us here are English speakers, and yet we don't use the word that karma translates into. We keep it untranslated. So it's kind of gained a different meaning from the simple word that it translates into, which is action, in the most literal sense. In fact, if you wanted to say I act, you'd say karomi, which is another form of that verb. Karomi means I act, I do, and karma means that which can be done. So everything is an action, everything is a karma. When you're breathing, you are engaging in the action, the karma of breathing. But it has this different connotation in English, doesn't it? The idea of some repercussion of our actions. There's a different word for that in Sanskrit. It's phalam, the fruit of our action. We're worried about what seeds we plant with our actions and how they fruit. Will they be good fruit or bad fruit? There are many different kinds of actions that lead to many different kinds of fruits. Karma is traditionally divided into three kinds: Sanchita karma, Prarabdha karma, and Kriyamana karma. These are the totality of all actions ever performed in this lifetime and last lives. That's the Sanchita karma. And there's an infinite amount of actions we've done, because in the same worldview that the word karma comes from is the worldview of samsara, of eternal incarnation. Not all of that gets expressed in a person's next life, because every lifetime is finite, but the totality of all past lives is infinite. So we couldn't have all infinite fruits, phalams of the karma, come to body in this lifetime. The portion which is just most dominant, that comes into fruition. And that portion is called the prarabdha karma. And then there's all of the actions we make in this life. That's the kriyamana karma. But in general, I don't find it always helpful to think in terms of, oh, I'm experiencing this because I must have been a bad person in my last life, or something like that. It requires a very careful deconstruction of this topic to benefit from this model, which is a very powerful idea. The most important thing to understand, I think, after understanding that it's an action, what this word translates to, is that the fruits are not a punishment versus reward system. It's not, oh, you did a bad thing, so a bad thing happens to you, or oh, you did a good thing, so a good thing happens to you. It's much more subtle than that. In general, I would think not to worry so much about that concept at all, about the prarabdha or sanchita karma, but just think about the kriyamana karma. What are you doing in this life? What action are you going to perform in this moment? And try to make that one an action that's done with loving devotion to the life that you're a part of. Imbue the essence of bhakti into your karma. Imbue loving devotion into your actions. Thank you, dear Briar, for the nonet of roses you sent a few minutes ago. Om Bharam Bhairvaya Namo Namah. Raven, thank you for the forever rosa and the heart me too. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Brenda Roy, for the heart me that you sent as well. Om Kam Namah Prajapataye. Bob, you were wondering if I am Hindu. I don't consider myself a follower of any religion. I consider myself a follower of truth. Religions are made up of followers. If I follow a religion, then I'm just following another follower. How do I know they're going to lead me to the right place? But if I follow truth directly, then I don't need to follow anyone who's following after that. Dear Nate, you ask, is it true that most music is poisonous to the mind? You listen to metal with screaming. Is this bad? Well, how does that music affect you? If you find that it brings you nightmares, then yeah, I'd recommend listening to something a little more relaxing. But if that's what it does for you, if it relaxes you, if it allows you to express your emotions, that's a wonderful thing. It's all about how it makes you feel. If it makes you happy, that's all that matters. If another person doesn't like your music, that's their problem, not yours. Do what makes you happy, as long as it doesn't bring harm to another person. Thank you, Raven, for the subscription also. Brando, you're wondering if the chat is delayed. No, I'm just delayed. I'm going through every comment one by one so nobody feels left out. Careful, you were wondering, how do you do that? I assume that was asked when we were talking about creating a golden age in our heart. We create a golden age in our heart by letting go of the weight that we carry within it. Anything that's in our heart that causes us to fear, causes us to be angry, that causes us jealousy or hatred, if we can relieve our heart of these burdens, it is the natural state of our heart that remains to be golden. And thank you, bro, for the octet of roses that you sent. I did recently watch the film Inception. Very enjoyable movie. And thank you, G, for letting We've Won the Mental War know how they can better find when I go live. I do try to go live every day, although I took a day off yesterday for the first time in a few weeks to go do a kirtana. If you want to join the Discord server or the Telegram group, I also post when I'm going live in chat there, if you want to be notified. But Everyone's welcome to come and go whenever they like. No one has to be here at any particular time. Dear Bastion, you shared with some heavy words that you fear action. Well, what does action mean to you? Because action can just be breathing. That's an action. Are you afraid of breathing? Probably not. An action can be eating. An action can be walking. An action can be singing. So what types of actions do you fear? I'm glad you like the music, okay? And thank you, Banjo, for your heart mate. Ram, Ram. Jake, you would like help with addiction? I'm happy to hear that, Jake. It's always the first step, is being open for help. It's very difficult to go through addictions alone. Having a support group can be so helpful. One thing that is often taught in many different programs that help with addiction is put faith in something bigger than yourself. Because if you feel like it's just you doing all the work in your life, of course that's a big cross to bear. I wouldn't blame you for being addicted to anything if you feel like you're the one who has to do everything in your life. But if you feel a certain kind of grace, maybe you can notice that behind the scenes in life, there has always been a support of a different kind that has been guiding you, walking with you, carrying your heaviest burden so that you don't have to. Then you know that withdrawal and the journey that it takes to be sober is another thing that you'll have help with too. Maybe that's the divine, maybe that's the universe, maybe that's your mind. But having faith is one of the most valuable assets on the journey to freeing yourself from your personal struggles. And thank you for your resubscription, dear Banjo. I'm always happy to be there for you. Kali Mahakali Kalike Parameshwari Sarvanandakari Devi Narayani Namostute. Thank you, Cornbit. Much love. Weird Al. It's okay to believe in yourself, Jake. You are the best person to believe in. Thank you, Dolly Dozy. Dear Bastion, you share you fear the action towards goals. Goals that are not yours. Societal, family, immigration. I see. Or you fear the repercussions of what might happen if you don't go towards those goals that society or family wants for you. He comes from a good place. Your family just wants you to be happy. And naturally, they don't want you to risk your happiness for something that might not bring you a stable income or might not provide you some security in life. And that's a reflection of the life that they've lived, that they've had to struggle for these things. And through their own learning, they don't want you to make the same mistakes that they have. And even though it comes from a good place, your life is still yours to live, and your journey might be completely different from everybody else's. I remember in a very beautiful graduation speech that Jim Carrey, of all people, did. he shared a story of how, I think it was his father, that his father could have been a comedian, but instead he chose some boring job that I can't remember because it was a safe income. It was a steady job. But yet it wasn't that sturdy or safe because he actually lost his job. And that made Jim Carrey realize that you can fail at what you don't want to do. So you might as well give a shot to what you really want to do. Even those things which appear as the safe option, they can also go at a moment's notice. So because everything in life is impermanent, then you might as well shoot for the moon. Thank you, dear Neon Jello Pack, for your heart and flowers. Dum Durgai Namah. I agree, dear Kaisa. Life is weird. Dear Raven, you ask, do I still cry tears of joy? Or have I transcended that? I hope to never transcend that. When I get a chance to cry, even if it's tears of sadness, oh, I love that feeling of this body creating a waterfall. Even Śiva cried. In fact, that's where the name of what I'm wearing around my neck comes from. These are all known as Rudraksha seeds. Rudraksha literally means Rudra, which is a name for Shiva, a form of the divine, and Aksha, which means from the eye. Rudraksha means Shiva's tears, because this came from the eye of Rudra. When he was engrossed in transcendental meditation, the only sign of life was the tears that were flowing down his cheek, and as they rolled off his cheek, they implanted in the ground as Rudraksha seeds. So if Shiva cries tears of ecstasy, why should any of us be afraid of hiding our tears? Oh, that's fun. Thank you for sharing that, dear Grayson. Dear Sky Guardian, you share that a friend of yours unblocked you and wants to make moves with a classmate of yours. Should you ignore it or only reply to sattvic comments? You're allowed to express your feelings with your friend. If it makes you uncomfortable that your friend is perhaps positioning you as a vantage point to get something else from a person that you'd like to have a respectful relationship with, then you can express that that makes you uncomfortable. And notice that just by doing that, you're not denying his desire, nor are you ignoring him. You are simply expressing how what he expressed to you makes you feel. And that is something you're completely allowed to do. Hello, Kevin. You like my Yamsox? Hello, Saint Martin. I'm well, thank you. How are you? And thank you, Verity, for the rose that you sent. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Ratzler, for the heart me as well. Jaya Sita Ram. Thank you for sending love to everyone here, dear user 680. Dear Michelle, you're wondering about the name of the song? Oh yes. Dear Riri had already answered you. Yeah, the 4 a.m. Chalisa by Krishna Das. You have a great memory, Riri. And thank you, Azrael. Dear Raven, you ask, in what ways do I feel I lean into my edge going through life? I don't know. What does the saying mean, lean into your edge? I've never heard that one before. Does it mean my edgy side? We'll always have a benevolent, mischievous side. Because benevolent mischief is a divine quality. It's part of the source. Everything in this universe likes to be a little bit mischievous. Azrael, you ask, what made me turn over a new leaf? You remember all the math content and stuff. To be completely honest, all that thinking just drove me crazy. One can only think about higher dimensions and abstract homotopy sheaths and whatnot for so long, and all the different levels of infinities and set theory. See, here's something that would describe it to you well, I think, from a personal experience. I would spend hours and hours on my computer doing theoretical mathematics. I'd stay up all night, and the sun would rise, and I didn't get any sleep, and I wasn't eating, I wasn't drinking, and I'd be thinking about, you know, the monster set, this 200,000th dimensional entity with billions and billions and billions of symmetries, and how it just kind of exists in mathematical hyperspace. And then my mom would come into my room, and she'd ask me a question, and I was just so out there in abstract thought that I'd look at her like I didn't even know what reality I was in. You know, my mom's asking the most simple question, like, would you like breakfast or something? And I'd be looking at her like she was speaking a different language, because in my mind there's just equations and symbols and abstract algebra. And I'd be looking at her like, what? Like, who are you? Like, what? Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. I have a body. I live in something called the universe. Here I'm on a planet called Earth, and I have to feed this thing. And I have a mother. So that was the world that I was living in. It wasn't this world, so to speak. I was lost in my own mind. And now that I'm kind of back here It's like, yeah, this is where it all takes place. The good stuff's here. I mean, there is good stuff in mathematical hyperspace too, don't get me wrong. But you know what? If I'm 100 years old looking back on my life, I don't want to miss looking at all the flowers. I don't want to spend the rest of my life that I have with my mother not being her son, not being the brother of my sister, not seeing the sun, going for walks in nature, going for beach walks, dipping in the ocean, having friends, having simple moments of enjoyable company. You know, I think I've fallen in love with being grounded again. But there's a balance to be had. I still love math. My love for that hasn't changed. But I hope that makes sense. And thank you, Bun Bun, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Laughter is the best medicine. Lauren, you have a weird question, but do I like maps? They're like works of art. They are like works of art, aren't they? I do have an appreciation for maps. Dear Ye-Shay, Ye-I-Shay. You can tell me if I can pronounce your name in a way you prefer. Am I in Vancouver? No, but I live in another place that is named after the same explorer. I think his name was George Vancouver. George Vancouver traveled along the west coast of North America. And there's a city named after him, which is Vancouver City. There's also an island named after him, which is Vancouver Island. I live on Vancouver Island, which is not where the city of Vancouver is. The connection is just that it was named after the same explorer. But I have a lot of love for Hinduism, Sikhism, Sikhi, and all the world's religions. I do think it's funny that we identify with these labels so much, because I'm just a human. And as a human, I love what other humans have to offer. And there are many paths offered up by our collective human experience. And I don't feel pressured to traverse on any one of them in particular. I'm just here in the present moment, and I'm happy to be here with you. And I love all the different perspectives that get people here with me. Dear Talon, you ask, how did I get myself out of my mind? I think my mind got me out of my mind because my mind started to be really panicky. And then I realized I don't want to be here anymore. So I chanted. Probably the last thing you'd expect, at least in our culture. I don't expect to go to any psychiatrist or psychologist or therapist or counselor and they'd recommend, oh yeah, just chant a mantra. I mean, you never expect that to work, right? What would that have to do with anything? That's like going to a doctor and they just tell you, put on a blue shirt. Like, what does the color shirt I wear have to do with what I brought to you, doc? But yeah, the solution to my anxiety was chanting. Now, I can't expect that to work for everyone, but it was exactly what I needed. I needed to just walk through nature chanting. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. I needed to fill my mind with something other than theoretical mathematics. And an ancient tune about the sweetness of the divine, as weird as that sounds for most people, was exactly what I needed to reframe my mind from an analytical one to a devotional one. And now I love having a devotional mind. Now I'm not thinking about things in terms of quantitative analysis and putting things into intellectual boxes and dissecting them. Now I look at things from a perspective where I go, how can I use this to understand my place in love? How can this experience be one that brings out the nature of love, of simplicity, of pure peace, bliss, of selfless service to the whole that I'm a part of? And it's so much more relaxing to think about the world that way. I appreciate that, G. And perhaps the balance goes both ways, dear Edwall. You've had the contrary feeling of doing common things in an anxious way. We need a balance for sure. Thank you for understanding, Azrael. Dear Michelle, you're really sick with Monday sickness. Did I have a happy weekend? I did. I'm very privileged in that all my days are practically the same. So I feel the same way about Monday as I do for most days. But I get that feeling of having to go back into your responsibilities after you just maybe got used to feeling like you could just relax. I couldn't recommend continuing to bring to mind Karma Yoga, the philosophy of using your actions as a way to achieve union. That your job or your schoolwork or whatever you have to go back to is not something separate from your spiritual being. You can be meditative at work. You can be meditative in the classroom. Everything you do can be sadhana, can be spiritual practice. You just have to look at it from a spiritual perspective. Did I go to McGill? No, I didn't go to McGill. I attended the University of Victoria. I know what you mean, dear Kaisa. We can be afraid in our vulnerability, especially if our vulnerability has been taken advantage of in the past. I hope to prove to you over time that there's nothing about you that I will ever judge. I know some people come into this space feeling agitated sometimes, but I hope you know that I'll never judge you for that. I'll never judge anyone here. Because it doesn't do anything good. I know for me, if there's anyone to judge, it's myself. Everyone else's personal problems are none of my business unless they choose to share them with me. I hope to see something that I can look up to in everyone. If I'm fault-finding, it should be done within me. And if I'm looking for virtues, it should be done within those around me. Hello, little Magwai. Thank you, Starlight Wow, for your donut. Hey, second donut I've had today. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. Thank you, Michelle. Yeah. An object in motion tends to stay in motion. An object at rest tends to stay at rest. That's so true, Dolly. Anxiety seems to play a big part in spiritual journeys. So true. Dear Mo, you ask, what is the divine to me? Put it in a box. The divine is that which will open whatever box you put it into. Talon, you ask, did chanting take a while for it to help? Well, there's kind of two answers to that. There's yes. When I was in the middle of a panic attack, it immediately shifted my mind towards something else. But the body was still very much panicked. And it stayed panicked for several weeks. But it had a long-term effect also. So there is a short term. But in that moment, immediately my thoughts were redirected. And I got the benefit from that. But my body took a while to catch up as well. Yes. Thank you, dear Sky Guardian, for reminding me. We can do the show and tell. Hello, dear Stevie G. That's funny, Raven. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your rose, your garland headpiece, and Rosa. Om Shri Mahalakshmiyai Namah. May your wish come true, dear blank cover plates. And John Simon, thank you for your heart, me. Saraswatyai Namah. Do I have any mantras I recommend for anxiety? Well, I can tell you the one that worked for me, which was the Maha Mantra, M-A-H-A, which means great. It's the great mantra. What's really nice about that mantra is that it's specifically designed to target anxiety, in the sense that you don't have to worry about chanting it. Literally, the holy scripture that it comes from, the great sage Narada asks the creator himself, Brahma, what means is there to crossing the ocean of suffering? And Brahma said, in this age, there's no way quite like the mantra, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. And Narada asks, is there a certain qualification to chant this mantra? Do I have to chant it in a certain way? How many times do I need to do it, etc.? Because some mantras have these qualifications to them. And Brahma very directly says, absolutely anyone can chant this, and they can do it in any way. It's a mantra that doesn't require initiation from a guru. It doesn't require correct Sanskrit pronunciation. It doesn't have any intonation or poetic meter. You can be old, you can be young, you can be a householder, you can be a monk, you can be a Hindu, you can be a Christian. Doesn't matter who you are. Anyone can chant that mantra. Well said, dear Blackwood. Paradoxes are recursion seen from one perspective. They look wrong because we look at them wrong. That's beautiful. That's going on the fridge. Dear Jocelyn, you ask, is trauma from past lives carried in the body or soul because you feel like the soul is always clean? You're right, the soul is by definition pure, made up of Chaitanya, spotless awareness. Beautiful word that is, Chaitanya. Spotless awareness. Yeah, the soul doesn't carry any trauma, but the mind does. The subtle body, which actually comes with the soul. There are three layers to our being. There's the physical, there's the emotional and mental, and then there's the soul, the causal. Obviously, we don't get to keep our physical bodies. Physical bodies return to Mother Earth. But we do actually get to keep our emotional and mental body. The problem is we're so attached to the physical that when our body goes, we often lose our sense of self with it. Most people die so attached to their body that the trauma of losing their body practically eliminates their memories, their emotional and mental state associated with that body also. So when we come into the next life, we're so traumatized from rebirth that our mind only has the seeds from the last life. These seeds can still grow into inclinations. And you just ask any mother, did your baby start with a personality? Abso-freaking-lutely. In fact, your baby already had one in the womb, didn't they? Where does that personality come from? In this view, it comes from the seeds from past lives. But does your baby know how to speak English? Maybe if they were a yogi and they were able to dissociate from their body so effortlessly the process of death and rebirth wasn't traumatizing. But most babies are not such advanced yogis. So only the seeds remain. But the soul remains forever clean, no matter what happens to the body or mind. The soul is forever untouched by that. The simple proof for that is the fact that you can heal your mind, your body. What gives a broken body, a broken mind, the capacity to heal? There must be some part of you that remains unbroken in order to usher in that healing, to put everything back together again. That unbroken part of you is called the soul. And thank you, Gabi, for your half a dozen roses. Your 2025, your TikTok, your ice cream cone, your heart meat, and your team bracelet. Om Vasudevaya Namah. You like that emoji, Hybrid Gen? That's a Jagannath, a form of the divine in India, from South India. It's actually where we get the English word juggernaut. In Sanskrit, Jagannath, which I forget what nat means, but Jaga means universe. So something of the universe, Jagannath. What does nat mean? Jagannath, which I forget what nat means, but Jaga means universe. So something of the universe, Jagannath. What does nat mean? Lord. Yes. So Jagannath means Lord of the universe. Yeah, it's a very close spelling of Chaitanya, dear Raven. But the first Y is an I. In Sanskrit, for the sound I, it's usually AI. And when you have a Y, it's after a consonant and before a vowel, when it acts as a semi-vowel. Miyananda, you share, you really liked how the Bhagavad Gita started with mental trauma. Yes. The next episode will be Wednesday, when we return to that series by Vedantacharya. Raven, you ask if I can describe the process of overcoming the psychological suffering related to physical pain. The thing that did it for me is that the physical body, its pain response is to get your attention. If you don't answer the call of its attention, that's when your mind feels like its duty is to amplify the call to get your attention. And the mantra is, let your body complain so your mind doesn't have to. You know, if your body is already screaming and you're listening, you can hear it, then why does your mind need to yell on top of that? It's to get your attention. If you're attentive to the body, then the mind feels like it doesn't have to add to that yelling. You know, it'd be like if you had two people in your house and one person really needs your attention and they're screaming, but you're not listening. So the second person starts screaming too. Hey, can't you hear that they need your help right now? Come on, what is this? Why aren't you listening? And if you go and attend to the first person that's screaming, does the second person need to keep screaming also? If the second person knows that you're attending to the first person, then that's their duty finished with as well. So take care of your body so the mind doesn't have to beg you to. Dear Ellie, you sure you want to feel clean? You are clean. Yes. You always have been. You always will be. There's a story of a man who feels dirty all the time. And no matter how many times he showers, he still feels dirty. At some point, he thinks it must be a skin condition. There must be something seriously wrong with him. So he goes to the doctor. He said, "Doctor, this is what happens. I look at myself and I just see all the dirt. And so I go into the shower and I scrub and I scrub and I scrub and I've used every kind of shampoo and body wash. And I get out and I look at myself and I'm still dirty. I think it must be something wrong with my skin. Could you look at it, please?" And so the doctor looks at him, and the doctor sees there's absolutely nothing wrong with his skin. And so the doctor's thinking, do I need to call in a psychologist? But then he realizes what's happened. Doctor says, so before you get into the shower, you look at yourself and you look dirty. And when you get out of the shower, you look at yourself and you still look dirty. How are you looking at yourself? Well, I'm looking at the mirror. Oh. No problem, I will write you a subscription. I know exactly what the problem is. The doctor goes to the sink, opens the door underneath the sink, picks up a big bottle of window cleaner, hands it to the man. Clean your damn mirror. You see, because the whole time he was clean. He had been scrubbing himself unnecessarily. He'd been doing everything to try to get himself clean, but he was already clean. It's just his mirror was dirty. It's the same thing with us, though. We feel like there's something wrong with us, so we get self-help books, we start going to this, we start doing that, we do all these things to try to get ourselves feeling better. But actually we're fine. But the mirror through which we see our reflection makes us appear not so. And what is that mirror, if not the mind? We see a reflection of ourself in our own mind. And it's that reflection of ourself that we don't like. But if you truly saw yourself, you would realize that you are perfect. You always have been. You always will be. Just clean the mirror. That's all. And you don't have to feel guilty for having a dirty mirror. You laugh at yourself. You go, oh geez, I've just had a dirty mirror. So you laugh at your mind for being a little unclean. That's okay. Take care of your mind. And the more you take care of your mind, the more you'll see that your reflection is how you've wanted it to be the whole time. It's a funny story, isn't it? For everyone who's going through mental health difficulties, therefore, I remind you that you're not in the process of cleaning yourself, making yourself better. Even in the middle of your mental health journey, you are perfect. You're just cleaning the mirror. And you're doing a good job cleaning your mirror. Please continue to do so. Pabel Aguilar. You ask, why do people reincarnate into animals? The one answer to your question is the 6th verse of the 8th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, which is an ancient text that describes many spiritual things. The divine says to Arjuna, to the son of Kunti, the 6th verse of the 8th chapter. Om Yam Yam Vapi Smaram Bhavam Dhyajatyante Kalevaram Tam Tam Evaiti Kanteya Sada Tadbhava Bhavita, which is the ancient language of Sanskrit. And in English it translates to something like, whatever state of being one remembers when they quit their body, O son of Kunti, that state they will attain without fail. Whatever state of being one remembers when they quit their body, that state they will attain without fail. So if the state of being one remembers in the end is a state that can be fulfilled through an animal body, then an animal body will be given. It's a very efficient system. If in the last moments you are thinking of your loved ones, then you will go to your loved ones. If you are thinking about how you didn't quite get the chance to be a celebrity in this life, you'll go to parents that can birth a celebrity in their next life, in your next life. Whatever you want in your next life, it's solely decided by the state of being you remember in the end. But don't think that to be an easy task. Mind you, you've got your whole life flashing before your eyes. What you really want compared to the life that you have experienced, when that comes to the final moment, it'll be very difficult to have any sort of grasp on your mind. And that's what the spiritual practice is for. Training ourselves to make our mind into a state that we can gently guide. That way, in our last moments, we can gently guide it back to the source, to completeness, to wholeness, to love. Little Mugway, you had asked about any mantras for healing illnesses. There is one I know. It's the Bija mantra for the twin Ashwinis, the divine horse physicians. I must warn you though, it's difficult to pronounce because it requires a rolled L. In fact, two of them. A short rolled L turned into a nasalization, and followed by a long rolled L, turned into a nasalization. The mantra is Aung Arm Arlum Ashvini Bhyam Namah. One more time. Aum Arm Arlum Ashvini Bhyam Namah. It's on my YouTube channel if you want to listen to it again. We did it 108 times. That's a mantra taken from the ancient Kamika Agama. But there are many mantras around the Ashwini twins, the divine physicians. Liordati, you had asked, what metal is most important or most spiritual? What metal is most spiritual? That's a very interesting question. Well, copper is considered a very spiritual metal. Many spiritual artifacts are made out of copper. User 224, you shared, you learned recently the Japanese kanji for crisis contains danger and opportunity. And this is helping you reorient during your quarter life crisis you mentioned here before. Thoughts on the purpose of these personal crises. What a beautiful thing you've shared. Thank you for that. Yeah. Danger and opportunity are often things that go hand in hand. Risk is the overlap, isn't it? When we go out of our comfort zone, we seek new things, and naturally we feel a discomfort during that too. In any period of life where you're feeling uncomfortable, that might be a sign that you're exploring new territory, and that's a beautiful thing. Thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. Om Namo Buddhaya. And Debs, thank you for your rose. And tiny. Yippee! Dear Lauren, you share in Vedic astrology, the moon represents both reflections and the mind. Exactly. The manas represents Chandra, the mind represents the moon. And what does the moon reflect? Sunlight. Consciousness is Chit. Just as the moon reflects sunlight, our mind reflects our inner light. Now, I'm not fluent in Sanskrit, dear Yeshe, because there's so much to learn. Spend lifetimes learning Sanskrit. But you can begin with the alphabet, and you can find that anywhere on the internet. Just look up the alphabet of Sanskrit and how to pronounce it. So much to learn just in the alphabet alone. Little Mugwai, you ask, how do I handle worrying religious dreams? That's a very specific genre of dream. Worrying religious. I can't say I've experienced that. What I can say is that religion is a path to peace, ideally. If you get any other impression, then find another path. Ultimately, we are spiritual beings having human experiences. Religions are only necessary when we've forgotten our true spiritual nature. They are a tool that guides us back to Source. Once established in Source, the need for religion drops away also. if what we call as religion is actually taking us away from Source, taking us into fear, taking us into worries, then we are going into religion backwards, because the goal is to bring us into love, into peace, into harmony. And thank you, Ingrid, for your rose. Namah Parashaktaye. Dear Eli, you ask, do I have any advice for dealing with a breakup? Let your heart grieve. That's my best advice. Be sad. If you try to avoid your sadness will only grow stronger. Let that sadness come out so you don't have to have it come out in therapy 10 years from now. Your heart is grieving, and grief is the way of repairing a broken heart. Dear Kotalin, you share you want to believe in reincarnation, but you don't. How do you reconcile that? Don't. Only believe in what you have experienced. Until you have gathered enough experience for that belief to become natural, don't worry about it. God does not want you to believe in anything you haven't experienced. And that even includes God. If you haven't experienced God, God doesn't want you to believe in God. Let truth be established in your experience. Whatever you have experienced, let that be your guiding light. And search the deeper truths in your experience, not just the temporary conclusions we've come to. You have everything you need in your own experience to tell you the tale of the whole of this universe. And thank you, Banjo, for another level up, Sparks. Maya Shaktaye Namah. And Lauren, thank you for your rose too. Arnam Brahmane Namah. There are such good questions being asked today. Raven, you ask, how did I overcome the darkest thing that ever happened to me? I shifted my perspective from needing to overcome it to accept it. Because overcome implies a dominance hierarchy. Instead of creating a dominance hierarchy in me, I create a sense of equality. That every experience is an equal part of my life. It includes those wonderful moments of light and love and harmony, just as much as it does include those parts of darkness, of fear, of anxiety. That everything I've experienced plays an equal role. Leordate, you ask, is astral journey allowed? Is it allowed? You do so every night when you dream. Are you allowed to dream? course you're allowed to dream. And who's going to stop you anyway? Is there dream police? Sorry, you can't dream here. No dreaming. What you do with your inner business, what you do with your inner world is your business. I mean, inner business. That's funny. Mia Ananda, you ask, is it true that we shouldn't give ego control over our life? Well, it depends what you mean by this word, because I've come to understand this word in many different ways. And I have to be careful not to assume that one means it in any particular way. So I'll ask you what it means to you. Dear Kikit, you ask, is anything even real? Or is it just as real as we make it? That's a beautiful pair of questions. I was having a conversation with Sky Guardian today over what the word real means. That's another word I've come to understand we mean in different ways. The definition of the word real, as translated from the Sanskrit word satya, which appears in many scriptures discussing the nature of reality, is that which is permanent. That if it's permanent, then it's real. It's absolutely real. So according to this definition, the passing experiences in our life are ultimately unreal. But to tell you the truth, I don't think the English word real really does the word satya justice, because satya doesn't directly translate to real. It translates to truthful. Sat is true, satya is truthful. That the passing experiences are ultimately untruthful, meaning that no experience in particular contains absolute truth. If we're coming to understand the nature of reality, it can't be understood by any passing experience. But is there still use in having these passing experiences? Absolutely. Because even if any passing experience by themselves doesn't give us the full picture, having more and more passing experiences does bring us closer to the full picture. The more experiences we have, the more full of a picture we have. The trick is to just not get caught up in seeing any one particular perspective as your ultimate guide for truth. Every perspective has its use case. And the more perspectives you have in your toolbox of life, the greater you will be able to attend to the fullness of life. Hello, Beans. Hello, Magua. You're wondering, what do I think my previous consciousness guided me to this one for? Well, to be really clear, what we mean is previous body. It's the same consciousness. One cannot have previous consciousness, nor can one have future consciousness, next consciousness. There is only consciousness. But why do I think, or what do I think I must have thought of in my last life in order to bring me into this life? I suppose that would force me to generalize my life so far. I don't think I can do that. I'm still discovering my purpose. every day. All I know is that right now my highest purpose is to practice being kind. And so I would like to think that in my last life, my culminating thought was, I could have been more kind. And so I'm learning how to be kinder in this life. And thank you, Steph. Dream police are a funny concept, Banjo. Elle, you ask, are twin flames real? Twin flames is one of those concepts that has changed in its meaning over time. It comes from ancient Sanskrit scripture, where twin flames are described as Śiva, who is the meditator, represents the masculine, and Shakti, who is the dancer, that represents the feminine. These are the twin flames, Śiva and Shakti, the sun and moon, yin and yang, positive, negative, 0 and 1. And we all have both aspects within ourselves. But we can be heavy on one side. We can be heavy on the Śiva and be really inwardly withdrawn and not very expressive, like an introvert. Or we can be heavy on the Shakti and we can be very expressive but not attending to what's inside, like an extrovert. It is the goal of everyone to marry their twin flames so that your Śiva and your Shakti become balanced, harmonious, that you are equally withdrawn into the soul of yourself, resolved within, as you are divinely expressive, engaged in this world. One way of marrying your twin flame is with the help of a person who has complementary twin flames. So let's say your Śiva is dominant and their Shakti is dominant. Well, then the two of you together, you naturally harmonize your own twin flames. So it's funny, by marrying another person, you can get your own twin flames to marry within you. And poetically, then you might call the other person your twin flame, because they helped you marry your twin flames within you, and you helped them marry their twin flames within them also. And that's a lovely thing that can happen. Dear Gabriel, you're wondering what I think about Christian rigidity. I don't know. What do you mean by Christian rigidity? Young Treasure, you're wondering, what do I think about paganism? I don't know much about it. Yeah, I don't know much about it other than that all paths are valid. And whatever path your heart wishes to follow, I trust you in that. Yes, Sky Guardian, we'll do your show and tell. There's just such wonderful questions. Dear Talon, you're wondering if I'd ever consider doing these on Wednesdays. You like the ASMR days very much. ASMR Wednesdays? Maybe. I can certainly just go for a relaxing vibe in general. Little Mugway, you ask if you can see ghosts of the living traveling during sleep. In theory, yeah, actually, because ghosts are just subtle bodies without physical bodies. And in dream, you are engaged with the subtle plane of existence. Benjo, I think I might have already answered your question by explaining the nature of twin flames, but you ask, is it possible to have no twin flame or other half, to be meant to be on your own? So as we were saying, twin flames are things within you. Your Śiva side and your Shakti side. Everyone has both their Śiva and their Shakti. The question you're kind of asking under the hood then is, do you need another person to help you balance your Śiva and your Shakti? And no, you don't. And if your Śiva and your Shakti are already in balance, then it doesn't matter who you come into contact with, because you will continue to be balanced in that way. Raven, you ask, could I talk about soulmates? You are destined to be with everyone. Your soulmate is life itself. And true love is found everywhere you open your heart to. And that's a sacred right that you get to choose who you open your heart to. And when two people choose to open their hearts to each other, that's love on the level of the soul. What a soulmate means is that your soul loves another person's soul. It's not about one body loving another body. It's not about a mind loving another mind. It's about a soul loving another person's soul. If you can fall in love with another person's soul, then they're your soulmate. And does that have to be one person? No. Everyone that you can love their soul is your soulmate. But is there something extra special when you focus that love one-pointedly on one person's soul? Oh, there's something very special about that too. Yes, of course. Dear Gabriel, you couldn't hear my answer before. Oh, I didn't give an answer yet about your question. I was actually asking for clarification. What is meant by the term you use, Christian rigidity? What is Christian rigidity? I don't know. And thank you, Gabriel, for your 19 roses. Radhe, oh Radhe. Dear Matt, you ask, can soulmates fall out of love? Absolutely. But the love remains. I should be more clear. If you love a person's soul truly, you will always love their soul. And that's true because there's nothing that can change about the soul to love. By definition, the soul is the person's unchanging nature. If you fall in love with their unchanging nature, with your unchanging nature, then that love will be unchanging also. But circumstance in life can take two people apart, and maybe that can mask your ability to perceive the unchanging nature in another person. But it's ultimately going to be temporary, and you may reconnect with that unchanging nature later in life, or maybe in your next life. And thank you, Reina Priyaji, for your rosa and trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! The topic of soulmates is a heavy one, though, because it can often give us the burden of feeling like we have to be looking for the one that's right for us. Actually, there is no one that's perfect for us, because relationships are always work, no matter who it's with. Even the person who you'll be able to love the deepest, and who will be able to love you the deepest, you're going to have arguments with them. There's going to be little things about them that drive you crazy. You're going to have differing perspectives. They'll have problems in life going on. What you can do is you can work with what you've got at your own free will. And you always get to decide, do I want to keep working on my relationship with this person? Is my relationship like work with this person? And you get to choose, do I want to continue that or not? And you always get that choice. And it's not a reflection of failing to find your soulmate or losing your soulmate or whatever. Soulmates are created. You create that bond, just like you make friends. Your destiny is one that you shape. That sounds like a very powerful conversation, dear user 706. Carol, you ask, do I think love can only exist between two things? And does one need those two for love to be real? Love is a verb. Verbs require an object and a subject, a source and a recipient. So for love to be something that acts like a verb, then yes, you require a source and a recipient. But can that source and that recipient be one? Well, that's the question of love itself, isn't it? Love is the bridge that brings the object and subject together. So Gabriel, you ask, do I think sex before marriage is wrong? You're at odds. You think it should factor in individuality. It's absolutely up to the person. If you want to make your first sip of a drink you've never had before that much more special, then yeah, you are welcome to practice patience until that one day where you know you're ready to experience the first sip of that drink. Do you have to? No, you don't have to. And is the divine going to be upset with you for not waiting? No, I mean, come on. Who do we think the divine is? The divine is this moral arbitrator that punishes you for doing one thing and rewarding you for doing another? Come on. We're talking about the source of frickin' existence. Something so beyond human conception. Why would the source of existence care what you do with your body? The source of existence might prefer that you bring love into this world with your body, but clearly this body has been given jurisdiction by you, and so there's a trust there implicit from the source. The source says, here's your body. You know, what you do with it is your choice. But considering that I, as the source, represent wholeness, completion, harmony, sustenance, it would be lovely for you to embody those things, that you would very much enjoy doing those things. If you can find a way to have a bodily relation with another person that does not break the purpose of love and harmony and sustenance, then there's no problem there. Thank you, Usha Priyaji, for your quintet of rosas, your 29 rosas, and your tiny. Yippee! What two people do consensually with their body is no one else's decision. In fact, it's not even the source's decision. It's our purview in our little domain of life, which is our body. The only thing we have to worry about when it comes to our sexuality is that we don't get lost in it. That we don't end up feeling like our only way to be happy is if we have some sort of dominance over another person, or that we're extracting happiness from them that we wouldn't have otherwise. It's something you can do. We all come from it. It's a beautiful thing, but we don't have to structure our lives around it, as unfortunately many of us do. Thank you, dear Hypergen, for your quintet of rosas. Ganganapataye Namah. Dear Timur, if you're wondering if a person can have more than one soulmate, well, here's a question. Is there more than one soul? Or do we all share the same one? Dear Daniel, you ask, is it possible to let go of our own personality to make a better one? I'm wondering where this question comes from, dear Daniel. Think of your personality as something that you're constantly updating. And you never lose a personality nor gain a new one, but you adapt it. And you bring out different parts of it for different experiences. Within your personality are the seeds for everything that can grow. You get to choose what parts of your garden of self that you want to water. Dear Mirna, you ask, what about polygamy? What's my approach on that? We're all polygamous, either through space or through time. And we're all monogamous, either through space or through time. Because most of us have many partners through life, and so through time we're polygamous. Monogamy is just a temporal polygamy, and polygamy is just a spatial monogamy. Either it's one love through time or one love through space. But it's all one love, isn't it? Dear Lyran Starseed, or is that an I or a lowercase l? It's hard to tell. I think it's an L. Lyran Starseed. You bring a perspective, an idea. Does this idea make you peaceful? Or does this idea make you afraid? If the idea ever makes you afraid, throw out that idea. Ideas are only meant to bring something new into this world. If any idea makes us feel like we have to hide ourselves or be on the defense, it's not a good idea. Good ideas are the ones that manifest love, harmony. And Stevie G, you think some people, at least for you, mean the term perfect relationship as basically a long-term one for life. Why think about that? You don't live long-term. You only live in this moment. If you have a beautiful love with someone in this moment, that's all that matters. If you end up sustaining that love for a long time, that's something to be grateful for, not something to ever expect. Because that is a heavy weight to project on people whom you're meeting. If you're constantly thinking in the back of your mind, is this someone that will want to be with me forever? Or at least for life? Wow, that's a big concept that I don't think many people can wrap their heads around. Just enjoy the moment with that person. If there's another moment that you get to share with them, that's wonderful. Can you continue that bond through lifetimes? Asks Riri. Absolutely. Hello, dear Jackie. I'm glad that stood out to you, Riri. Being trusted to be human by God is a beautiful one. 100%. Dear Raven, you ask, have I ever fallen in love? That's the only thing you can do in love. You don't rise in love. You don't run in love. You don't stand in love. You fall in love. Dear Spinudha, you ask, what if your partner doesn't like something about you, like being ugly or short? Then they're not your partner. Because a partner would choose to find the things that they do like within you and bring their attention to that. Are they your partner? Or are they the person they have in their head's partner? If the person they have in their head doesn't look like you, and they're pointing out all the things they don't like about you, then they're not your partner. They're partners with the person in their head that they're projecting onto you. And thank you, Usha Priyaji, for your flowers. They're very beautiful. And the butterfly for you. Om Dham Namaschandraya. Dear Lilu, you ask, would I say that marriage is a human construct and not one of the source? The source is married to creation, isn't he? The source is the father, the universe is the mother, they are married to each other. What we can do is embody that with each other as the love between creator and creation. Actually, let me change that. We often put as a duality creator and creation, but that implies that creation came from creator. Let me change the Divine Mother to the creative. There's the creator and there's the creative. Between the creator and the creative comes this universe. Product of both Divine Mother, Divine Father. And we are all expressions of that love. And everything we do is an expression of that love. So I would say that the divine union between these two is something natural. But how that divine union becomes represented is completely up to us. Whether you want to sign a legal agreement, buy a ring, or go drink the other's blood in a forest under a full moon. Whether your partner is one, of the same gender or not, same age or not, of the same race or not, that's up to the human. But it's all a reflection of the divine, whatever form it comes in. I love that Utah Raptor. It's all about the vibes. And thank you, Jesse Pike, for your heart, mate. Om Bhuvaswa Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Om Usha Priyaji, thank you for another pair of roses. Hari Ram. Michelle, you shared to love someone means to see them as the divine intended them. I like that. Little Magwai, you ask, how can you draw more love into your life? By embodying it. You are love itself. So be lovely. Dear Talon, you ask, how do you stop attaching yourself to the outcome of a potential meeting? And this follows Stevie G, sharing that you don't think there's anything wrong with looking for a long-term relationship. We're so much living in the future that we're suffering now from that, does your relationship with the other person take place any other time than now? If you're thinking about all the things that you could do with them in the future, then are you even with them now? So if you really want to be with them, you must be with them where they are, and they are not any other place than now. You can either love the person or love the idea of the person. The idea of the person's in the future, but the person is in the present. The best way to show someone that you love them, therefore, is by being present with them. Dear Myrna, you share, you love everybody, like all your exes, you love your spouse and your kids, but you love them most to stay alone. You love yourself also. That's beautiful. Hello, dear Roxy. Yes, I think meditation would make a great substitute. Dear Gabriel. Cheaper. Meditation is free. Yeah. The thing about alcohol is it doesn't actually solve the problems that are causing discomfort and unease. It just puts it under the rug, so to speak. It represses our capacity to give attention to those things. And as soon as our alertness returns, so do all of the things that bring us unease or discomfort. So if you really want to be comfortable and at ease, relaxed in a more permanent sense, then you have to work through those feelings rather than engaging in something that just hides the feelings from us. Meditation is one of those methods to come directly into contact with the things that once resolved and processed will leave us feeling comfortable and relaxed. And for anyone who says that you find it difficult to relax in meditation, then you're meditating correctly. The purpose of meditation, if you were to describe one, is exactly that, is to not run away from our feelings, from what we have to deal with now in the present. So if you are uncomfortable while meditating, it's working. The meditation is working. And you'll be left feeling much more comfortable as it continues to work. Dear Ricardo, you ask, how can you know whether you have felt love? You have. It's not a matter of if you have or haven't, you have. Everybody knows what it's like to feel love. Because there is nothing but love. Now the question is, how long did that love last? And did that love come with expectations or demands? And that too, probably everyone's experienced. That love come and go. And experienced love with expectations or demands too. But the love is still love. The genuine joy that you felt isn't invalidated by those other things. It's just that those other things will add unnecessary weight to that love that doesn't need to be there. So the question becomes, how do you know when you found a love that doesn't come with expectation or demands? Now that's a much more difficult question to answer, because that you have to be vulnerable. And there is no way to truly prove to another person that you won't take advantage of them, other than the other person making themselves vulnerable too. Like an insurance policy. That if you get hurt, I'm also gonna get hurt. So because I don't want to get hurt, I'll make sure that you don't get hurt either. Little Magwai, you ask, how do you become love when you fear bringing people into your life? Well, that's just it. You're going to have to address that fear. And becoming a full embodiment of love is exactly how you address that fear. You become ooey gooey, drippy in your vulnerability, and you believe in that. And you love yourself, you love your body, you love your mind, your lower self, from your higher self, which is pure love. And you know that whatever happens to your body or mind, you'll be able to love that. Loving yourself fully means that if another person crosses your boundaries, you enforce them, you distance yourself. But you don't put up walls. There's a difference between a boundary and a wall. Boundaries keep other people out, but walls trap yourself in. Set boundaries, not walls. Alberto, you wonder, what do I do for a living? I don't. I be. Because the life of a human is a human being, not a human doing. Since when did we start calling jobs what we do for a living? I don't live through jobs. I live through consciousness, through the life force that is pure awareness. And what does that do in order to be? Nothing. It just is. Life requires nothing other than being. And you can never fail at being, because you can't not be. I like your question, Noor. Who created the creator? It's kind of a miracle, isn't it? I think the reason God has attributed so many miracles is because God is a miracle that not even God understands. And the whole universe is kind of a way for God to understand His own miraculous nature. coming into being with no prior being, that is miraculous. It's like at some point in the transcendental void beyond time, a consciousness realized, whoa, I'm here. And how long have I just been idle in my own latent existence? How can I be that which has come before all? What a miracle. What a spontaneous, transcendental miracle. Let there be light. Dear Carol, you ask, do I think we only liberate ourselves from samsara once, or are we always doing this? Good question. You are already liberated, and you always have been. Therefore, is that something that happens once, or infinitely, or not at all? I think all three answers are equally valid. The only three numbers, 0, 1, and infinity, Carol, you ask, do souls have boundaries, or is that a human thing? If you're asking if pure consciousness, that which you are, is localized, localization applies to things, to objects. The soul is a subject and not an object, and therefore it does not have any localization. It's universal. If you're asking about boundaries in the sense of needing to set communication protocols for other people's behavior, that's absolutely a human thing. The soul is forever free. Nothing can harm it. Hello, Cindy Berry. So, dear Gabriel, you ask, so how is God all-knowing? How? How is God all-knowing? Because God is all there is. If you are everything, it's just a matter of keeping track of your own nature. There's nothing else for God to do other than that. Because you could ask the question then, how good is God at keeping track of his own nature? Well, is there anything other than his own nature if he is all there is? No. So there's nothing to distract God from doing that either. So God's omniscience is derivative of his omnipresence. From the definition, from the axiom of omnipresence, you can derive omniscience. Dear Myrna, you ask, do I think insects would reincarnate too? Absolutely. Yeah. We are not different than insects at the level of consciousness. We are only different at the level of body, the level of mind. In fact, you were an insect in your past life. And maybe you'll have a future life as an insect too. If you're on the spiritual path, you probably won't have another life as an insect. At least Not unless you take some dramatic self-sacrifice to be born in the insect kingdom for the purpose of liberating other insects, but I don't see what you couldn't do for insects on a human level that you could only do on an insect level. Thank you, little Mogwai. Thank you for understanding, Carol. Dear Utopium, you ask, how do you heal yourself from chronic illness that has no official cure? My heart goes out to you. There are many ways in which our body reacts to what our mind is going through. And if you can create a healthy mind, many things that our body goes through also finds healing too. But what is the lesson? Sometimes the lesson isn't always to change what your body is going through. It might be the same experience for two people, but two people have a different lesson. One person's lesson might indeed be to put faith in their power to heal. And that's the lesson the universe wants to teach them. That if they give their faith to that power, that they will be cured. Another person might have a completely different lesson. Their lesson might be to cut out different people in their life that have been a source of negativity for them. I've seen it in my own family that someone was physically having symptoms. I'll just say it's my mother. My mother had a tumor in her ovaries, and since setting boundaries with other people in her life and taking time to care for herself, her tumor has miraculously shrunk. And I literally see her get younger every day. It's amazing. I mean, watching the health return to my mother, not from changing her diet, not from changing her exercise, not from changing medication, not from any treatment, not from any behavioral change. Literally, just from respecting her own self-worth. Life has returned in many ways for my mother, and I couldn't be more proud of her for that. Now my phone is vibrating. 1 second. I got an alarm. I would say that the same experience for another person may be a lesson of acceptance too. That can you find a way to live with your unique experience of life? That can sometimes be the lesson. I'd never wish that for anyone in particular, but I would value that as a possibility, that sometimes what you're going through, the lesson is a lesson of acceptance, that we do go through lifetimes where part of our experience we spend so long trying to change, but the lesson wasn't to change it, the lesson was to find a way to live with it. And I don't know what's possible for you, but I do believe in miracles, and I do believe that whatever is meant for you, it will be. And it will be one of love, it'll be one of personal empowerment, it'll be one of connecting you to your higher nature. Dear Cindy Berry, you share you wish you could understand the purpose of reincarnation if you can't remember your previous life. Let me put it like this. The purpose of reincarnation, when it comes to the concept of an afterlife, is that this is our heaven, but it's our responsibility to make it so. Mother Earth has the capacity of harboring a blissful life for all of us. There's enough room for all of us to coexist in happiness, in health. And the problems that our world face is not a limitation of the world. It's our opportunity to create heaven. We are given a planet, and the Source says this is your home. You have everything you need to turn your home into a sanctuary for life. This means that we can't just make a mess of it and whoop, go to the next planet. We've only got this one. And if we can prove that we're able to create a beautiful and harmonious place for life, then maybe we can go beyond that. But our first goal is to take care of our home. You know, some of the boomers believe we can make a mess of the planet and then we'll be gone. And the future generations will have to deal with it. Reincarnation means the future generations are the older generations. You make a mess of the planet to just come back into your own mess. And so the purpose is to deal with that mess that you've made for yourself. Oh, that's mine. But still, the question remains, why don't we remember? Because there's too much to remember. We can't remember it all. We need to have a fresh slate going into each life. If you are constantly burdened by everything that's ever happened to you, we don't have the physical capacity to manage that. It's like when you get too carried away in your Minecraft world, so you have to restart. Maybe you use the same seed, but you know what? Maybe you need a blank slate. You still have all of your experiences. And the experiences are ultimately there when you go and create that next world, your next save. But your items aren't there. You don't get to take your inventory. You clear your inventory out, keep the experiences, and start anew. Dear Carol, you share that Christianity says we are the only path, and that nature makes you anxious sometimes about your path. Religions don't say anything about themselves. Only religious followers do. The only thing Jesus ever said to that nature was, I am the truth, the way, and the light, and no one can get to the Father without me, if not through me. But what does Jesus represent? Is it really the human Jesus that is the only gateway to our source? Or is it the Christ and what the Christ represents? And what does the Christ represent? Well, to me, he represents unconditional love and forgiveness, fairness. He represents community. He represents treating thy neighbor how you want to be treated. That is the Christ. The Christ isn't a person. And that essence is something you can find in all religions. That when he says he is the way, the truth, and the light, he isn't speaking on behalf of his body. He isn't speaking on behalf of him as a person. He is speaking from his higher consciousness, from his heart, from love. And you can find that higher consciousness. You can find that heart. You can find that love in many places. And it's all one. It's all the same. I love what Neem Karoli Baba said, who was an Indian guru. He said, Christ and Hanuman are one. And I just love that. Hanuman is another form of the divine that came from India. He's actually the monkey, if you ever see the monkey iconography in Indian art and temples. And I love that because he's not saying Hanuman is the real divinity and the Christ isn't. He's not saying that they're both equally valid. He is saying that they are one. That the very same divinity in one religion is the same divinity in another. They're not competing divinities. It's not that one's real, the other's not, or that they're both real. It's that they are one, just seen from different angles. And I love that because then you don't have to worry. Then you don't have to worry. Am I on the right path? Am I on the wrong path? Well, are you ascending in higher consciousness and love? Is your heart opening? Then you're on the right path. And what that looks like for you might look different for another person. But the divine is one. Much love, dear Carol. Dear Zoe Ray, you ask, how do you discover your life purpose? Your life is your purpose. Have you discovered life? Well, that's a funny question. You're continually discovering life, aren't you? Which means you're continually being more and more in contact with your purpose. It's the journey. Dear Miananda, you ask, what's the symbology of a beetle? What's the symbolism? As far as I know, one is that a beetle rolls a little ball of dung. And ancient meditators, they watch these little beetles roll up this little balls of dung. And they were very impressed. And they felt very similar, that's kind of what we do, don't we? As we go through life, we just kind of gather more shit and we make it our most prized possession, and we take it with us wherever we go, and it takes a lot of work. So salutations to the Beetle, because the Beetles make it look so effortless. Thank you, Andy, for your rose. Om Namah Karlim Ambita me Sharim Nadita me Harim Devita me Aing Saraswatyai Swaha. Majesty, thank you for your heart meet. Kali Mahakali Kalike Parameshwari Sarvanandakari Devi Narayani Namostute. Reina Priyaji, thank you for another rosa. Haum Dom Sa Om Bhur Bhuvaswa Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiyamam Vrtat. Om Swaha Bhuvaha Bhuho Om Saha Jom Haum Om. May you have a pleasant shift, dear Michelle. That's good symbolism, dear G-Dak. The beetle was a form of power to fight hardship against the snake Abeb. Thank you for that. I didn't know that. And Lena, thank you for your rose. Namo Vishnave. Dear Dill, you ask, what does identity mean to me? And thank you for your kind words. Identity is where we direct our energies. If you identify with your family, your energies are ultimately directed towards supporting your family. If you identify with your country, your energies are ultimately directed to supporting your country. It's a tool called the ahankara in Sanskrit, which means the maker, the kara of the self, the identity, the aham. Wherever you place the aham, that you kara, you create, you make there. So we can use this tool very intelligently, and we can use this in maybe less intelligent ways. What the problem is in life is if we get the ahankara stuck somewhere, we put it in the body, and our energies go toward the body and nothing else. And then no matter how much we do for the body, it's never enough. We're never satisfied no matter what we do for our body. And this is true if you place your sense of self in anything in particular, without accommodating other things. If you place your sense of self in your senses, then no matter how much you gratify your senses without changing, you'll never be satisfied. If you place your sense of self in your intellect, no matter how intelligent you may be, you may never be satisfied with your knowledge. But you might see where I'm going with this, because it isn't always a bad thing. If you place your sense of self in others, no matter what you do for others, you'll never be satisfied. That's only a limiting thing if what your sense of self is limited. But if you make your sense of self unlimited, then no matter how much you give to this whole universe, you always have something more to give. Suddenly, an absence became a presence. Thank you, Isabella, for your finger heart and heart me. Om Madinaya Nama. And I love yourself. Thank you for your heart me. Jaya Sarchit Ananda. Well, we have had a great introduction to our live stream today. In fact, I haven't even gotten to the first segment and it's almost been 3 hours. Every single question that was asked so far was just too important to ignore, so I give thanks to Sky Guardian for his patience because he really wanted to share show and tell. Let's finally do that now, shall we? We're kind of doing our live stream in reverse. We've had our Manana, the section dedicated to Q&A. Now we're going to go through all of our segments and we'll close our live stream. We have got show and tell, a reading from The Journey Home, question of the day, a reading from the poetry of Rumi, and then we'll end with a meditation on the root chakra. Sounds good? Let's start with the show and tell. So this comes from the friend of one of our Sangis, Sky Guardians, whose name is Nick, who had a really heart-opening experience with a spiritual tradition that ended up really working for him. That spiritual tradition is known as the BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha, which I'd recommend checking out if you're interested. I'm not personally associated with them, but Nick's heart-opening experience is just so beautiful that I think it'll touch all of our hearts regardless of our path. Allow me to bring up on screen this video where he ends up coming to his spiritual teacher and expressing just how thankful he is. And I think it's a beautiful speech. Nick is open-minded and often goes to many different spiritual traditions, and Sky Guardian even got him to meet Sky Guardian's guru, which is a picture here that I'll bring to screen. This might be the first time that you see Sky Guardian too. There he is on the right, and Nick is on the left, and there is his guru in the middle, Swami Taratmananda Saraswati Ji. So it's very nice that even though Nick has his own spiritual teacher, that he wanted to meet Sky Guardians. And there was another angle. You can actually see Sky Guardian's mom taking the picture in the left, which is so adorable. I love Sky Guardian's mom. She's been really helpful to me, giving me ideas to handle my nausea from Ayurvedic knowledge that she has. So those are the two pictures, but here is the little clip from the video. I know the video looks to be 3 hours long. Don't worry, this is just a few minute segment from the video. I'm gonna turn down the background music just in case that's too loud. That's from a different video actually that I have on this tab, in case you're interested. Here we are.
My name is Nick Valero. I am Italian and Spanish, born in America, and I am your satsangi. This is my story of Vasudeva Kutumbakam. My story starts during COVID lockdown. We all found ourselves at home with not much to do, and I found myself looking for God. I learned about Hinduism, and I was strongly drawn to it. It felt true. I started reading a lot of books to learn more about Hinduism, its practices, and avatars. The first time I saw the Murti of Akshar Purushottam Maharaj and the Guru Parampara was about a year later at my boss's office at my previous job. I have never seen this Murti before, but there was something so unique and special about this Murti. As I worked there, I began to notice that my boss had great faith and love for God as well. He was also the first person I ever met that had a guru. I developed more interest in this faith, and he recommended that I go to the local BAPS Mandir in Long Island. At Mandir, I was openly met by a Hari Bhakta who took the time to go into detail about Bhagwan Swaminarayan, BAPS, and the Satpurush. I learned about you, Bapa, and your true divine form that is Akshar Brahm. I learned about Prapti. I learned about Prapti and how Bhagwan is present on earth right now through you. Before I left Mandir, this Hari Bhakta set up a meeting for me to meet with the Mandir Santo. Puja Shant Yogi Swami and Puja Aniket Muni Swami met with me. They selflessly took the time to explain the Akshar Purushottam philosophy and what satsang is. I really felt I had found something special. Soon after, I would come here to Robbinsville, where I would take Vartman Diksha at the end of my visit. Aniket Muni Swami has continuously taken out so much time to mentor me and help me progress in satsang. Because of him, because of Shant Yogi Swami, and because of my fellow devotees, I've been introduced to and welcomed by so many incredible devotees in Santo. I've even been introduced to Senior and Sadguru Santo, whose presence and words exemplify their virtues and divinity. It's been just over a year of me being in satsang now. I stand here today no longer looking for God, but I've now attained him through you, Bapa. Every single devotee and santo that I've met has met me with a smile, an open heart, and an open mind. Not one person has ever made me feel judged or unwanted. Every single person has treated me like family, and even further, as the Atma. Regardless of my differences in physical appearance, my difference in culture, and regardless of my flaws. I've experienced this truthfully because of you, Bapa. No words can express how grateful I am to have been graced and welcomed into satsang like I have been. I will always remind myself of how fortunate I am, Bapa. This has been a true embodiment of Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Jai Swaminarayan, Bapa.
Once on March 26, 2017, there was a Shishu.
I think that was it. That was Nick's chance to stand up and speak, and then another speaker came up. And this is a really big organization, and who you're looking at on screen is Mahant Swami Maharaj, and getting the chance to speak with him is not common, so it's very lovely opportunity for Nick and be able to express his gratitude for the tradition that ended up helping him realize the source, our innate divinity. And I'm really grateful that Sky Guardian asked Nick if it was okay for us to share that here, which it was, as Nick expressed. So thank you, Nick, for allowing that, and for sharing your heart so openly with your spiritual teacher, and showing everyone else that it's possible to get to a state where you are, where you find a community that loves you, sees you for who you are, your true self, regardless of our bodies, our minds, and to find the divine. That's really wonderful. And if anyone ever has something that they want to share too for show and tell, doesn't have to be anything like that, you're welcome to check out the submission form in the link tree in the bio. So thank you for listening, everyone. That was our show and tell. Let's get the background music back in here for Root Chakra Sunday. Dear John, you're wondering, how was I able to set that up? The video on the screen, I am streaming from my laptop. TikTok has a software called TikTok Live Studio, which is a little more advanced than just streaming on your phone. If that makes sense. Thank you, Reina Priyaji, for your trio of crystal roses. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So I hope you liked that show and tell. That is one of the segments we have. Where's the book? There it is. The next thing I wanted to do with you is read a little section from our book, which is from a different spiritual tradition. I love the many forms that people come to the divine. And in this book we have, our author has experienced so many beautiful faiths, from being raised in a Jewish family, to meeting with Christian monks in Europe, to experiencing Islam in the Middle East. Now he's going to Varanasi in India to experience the traditions there. And he was also in the Himalayas recently with the Naga Babas, who dedicate their life to Śiva. Oh, the beautiful tapestry of our humanity. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? This is the 7th chapter of the 2nd act, and may this reading relax your mind and awaken your heart. We'll dive right into it. To reach Varanasi, I boarded a train to Delhi. Through my window, I watched as the plains of India spread out before me. Expansive fields, some barren and others lush, were plowed by pairs of oxen or buffalo, and followed by barefoot men clinging to plows. Gradually, the scenery turned to villages, then towns, and then, accosted by the smell and taste of diesel fumes, we entered New Delhi. Horns blared, truck engines roared, and people crowded everywhere. Hawkers yelled, children shouted, and money changers struck deals. The Himalayan forests were now far away, replaced by a polluted city teeming with a population of millions. Wandering near the fountain at Connaught Circus, I heard a shout. "Monk! I can't believe it!" A moment later, a blonde traveler ran up and grabbed my hand. It was Sean, a traveling friend who kept a small Canadian flag plastered to his backpack. We had met at Piccadilly Circus in London amid the counterculture. Happy to see him, I was nonetheless coming from a whole other world and was ill-prepared for the encounter to come. As we spoke, Sean's language, mannerism, and interest seems so crude and uninteresting. What was happening? I politely listened as he gossiped about people we knew, his views of world politics, places where he got high, and his bouts with dysentery, even down to the details of the texture of his stool. I wanted to run away. Less than a year ago, I enjoyed his company. Why was it so difficult now? Had he changed? I took a deep breath and suddenly realized that it was I who had changed. Until this meeting with an old friend, that it was I. I went back a sentence. Until this meeting with an old friend, I couldn't fathom the degree I had changed. In Sean's company, it felt as if I had been transformed into a totally different person. For a moment, it was startling. I felt dizzy and my limbs trembled. I realized that I had to be more balanced in dealing with the world that had been so familiar, yet was now so foreign to me. As Sean rambled on, I looked within. There I saw again how the association and environment we choose can mold our character down to the fundamental views of life. Nearby, the massive fountain gushed a constant stream of water high into the air. Reaching its peak, each drop of water fell down and splashed into the pond. Watching, I prayed not to fall into the vicious trap of becoming judgmental. Because of my unconventional choices in life, I had been on the receiving end of judgmental attitudes time and again, and couldn't live with myself if I did the same to others. Still, that tendency to criticize was so strong. I might no longer agree with Sean's ideas or ways, but why shouldn't I respect him as a soul that originated from the same divine source and carry on with the life I now held as sacred? All these thoughts flowed through my mind as I carried on the conversation. After some time, Sean invited me to join him for lunch. I politely excused myself. "It's been great meeting with you, monk," he said, with an enthusiastic handshake. "It's been enlightening meeting with you, Sean." From that day on, whenever I passed through New Delhi, I stayed at the Hanuman temple near Connaught Place in the company of sadhus, spiritual seekers. Continuing my journey to Varanasi, my train stopped in Agra, home of the Taj Mahal. One of the luxuries of riding third class was that one could impulsively get down anywhere and later jump into yet another train heading towards your destination. How could a person stop in Agra and not visit the 17th century tomb glorified as one of the wonders of the world? Entering the massive outer gate, I beheld a long pool of water lined with cypress trees. On both sides were flower-filled Persian gardens. At the distant end of the pools stood the Taj Mahal, with a backdrop of blue sky and the river Yamuna. Moving closer, I admired the hand-carved white marble inlaid with semi-precious jewels, both inside and out. While resting in a garden, I read a booklet on its history and learned that a Mughal king had the monument built when his favorite wife had died, and it was meant to be her tomb. Taking 22 years to complete and 20,000 workmen and craftsmen, the monument was finally completed in 1648. Legend told that the hands of the gifted craftsmen were then severed to assure that there could be no duplication. In his later life, one of the king's own sons usurped the kingdom, exiled or killed his brothers, and imprisoned his own father. Looking up from the book, I tried to make sense of it all. After constructing magnificent palaces, forts, mosques, and the Taj Mahal, this king was conquered and imprisoned by his own son. In the confines of prison, he suffered miserably while his family battled and murdered one another. I thought, such is the pitiful consequence of greed for power. In the heart that harbors the weed of selfish greed, the flower of love cannot survive. To conquer one's envy, lust, and greed, now that is truly monumental. Just a small reading today. Thank you very much for listening. We'll pause our introduction to the 7th chapter of the 2nd act of the journey home there for now. I look forward to continuing this with you. I'm glad you liked that reading, dear. Yggdrasil. If I can pronounce your name in a way you prefer, let me know. Is the music... Can I turn down the music for you, dear Dalmantas? Yeah, I can certainly do that. Turn it down a few notches. And thank you, John Tyler, for the octet of roses that you had sent many minutes ago and the heart me. And thank you for your patience. Om Shrim Mahalakshmiyai Namah. Hello, Ali. Hello, everyone that joined while we were reading. Thank you, Dob Darker, for your heart me too. Hare Krishna. Pronounced Yggdrasil. Thank you. I hope that was closer. And thank you for your rosa. Hari Om Tat Sat. Do I have any meditation chakra? Yes, we'll actually be meditating on the root chakra in within the half hour. We just have 2 other segments to go through. The first is a question of the day I have for you. Today my question of the day is something I'll have to transition scenes for. 1 second. Yggdrasil. Hopefully that's even closer. Hello, Zach. My question of the day is, how can we release our desire for control or power? Please know that this isn't a riddle. I'm not looking for a correct answer, one above all. Just a curiosity I'd love to explore with you. What are some ways for us to release this desire? Good night, dear Gabriel. Difficult question, faithful being, yeah. Yggdrasil is the world tree from Norse and other mythologies. Ah, beautiful. I love that. Yes. John Tyler, you share. Surrender to what is. It's beautiful, simply put. Easier said than done, of course, but yeah. Control means we're trying to resist something. Instead of resist, how can we accept that? Gabriel, before you fall asleep, you share, by appreciating what we have. Gratitude is the antidote for desire as you understand it. I love that a lot. That's very practical too. Recount the things we already have that bring us joy, rather than the things we don't. Really, you share, recognize the root of why it's so important. You might not even know yet. That's very true. Sometimes we just want things without realizing what the source of this desire comes from. And then coming into contact with that source, perhaps the desire dissolves itself. And the chaos pixie you share, embrace the chaos. your username checks out. We may all become chaos pixies. Dalen, you have a challenging time answering this question, as the majority of your anxiety is rooted in the not being able to control the future. That is the nature of anxiety, isn't it? I really resonate with that. So if we follow your train of thought, a natural way to answer this question would therefore be ways to alleviate anxiety. Carol, you share, be a friend to ourselves when we meet our powerlessness. I like that. If we had a friend that was feeling powerless, we would empower them, remind them of the things that they can do. We can be our own friend in that way. Dear Dejoué, you share, we can embrace the impermanence and unpredictability of life. As the Buddha taught, understand that all things in this world are subject to change. And Carol, you add, if we can feel loved when we aren't in control, being in control becomes less needed. Yeah, what a great observation. I see that. Something about that. You're right. Yggdrasil, you're wondering, how often am I live? I try to go live every day, unless I have other things that take priority, like family or health. Myrna, you point out that desiring is the problem, rather than what you control or what you desire, such as control or power. That's a very acute observation. What is the nature of this wanting for something we don't have, regardless of what it is that we don't have? Challenging question for you too, dear Stevie G. All you can say is acceptance of how everything is, and that's a great answer. Really? You share, love is power. So when we're loved, we don't desire control. Thank you for bridging that connection for me. Love is power. Dejoué, you share, cultivate mindful awareness, engage in self-inquiry, and surrender. I like that. Yggdrasil, you ask, is Sangha something like sanctuary? Yes. Yeah, exactly. It literally means community. And you're absolutely right. It carries the connotation of a sanctuary, of a community. I wonder if there's etymological similarities too. That's funny, Rory. John Tyler, you ask, do we love or are we love? And so we love because that's what we are. I like your rhetoric. It's powerful. Thank you. Yggdrasil, you ask, can God or God's love? You know, I think you could put that into John Tyler's question. Do God's love or are God's love? And so God's love because that's what they are. Just different forms of love. Because that's what I believe in. I believe in love. Well, thank you everyone for these answers so far. I really like all levels of understanding, from the theoretical, the intellectual, through to the practical. Is what you do separate from what you are? Exactly, Carol. If what you do is love, then you are that love. What is love? Do 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 do. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. And Taylor, you share, allow for God's will instead of our will. Yes. Ishvara Pranidhana in Sanskrit. The 50 niyama of Niyama Yoga. You have a beetle in your house, shares Gregorji. How auspicious. Stevie G, you also add faith. Just have faith that everything is working out perfectly for you. And you're right where you need to be, I assume. The rest of the comment goes. 111 viewers, that's right, G. There's a beautiful story of husband and wife. Husband is piloting. You know what? Let's switch up the gender roles for this story, just for fun. The wife was what do you call it? Piloting a ship? What do you do for a ship? You fly a plane, you drive a car, you ride a bike. What do you do on a ship? You captain a ship, I guess. The wife was captaining a ship. She was completely cool. She was at ease. And the husband was terrified because the waves were coming up over the boat. They're in the middle of a stormy sea. The husband asked, "How are you not afraid?" The wife pulled out her sword and put it to the throat of her husband. She said, "My dear husband, with this blade up against your throat, why are you not afraid?" He said, "Because I trust you." And she said, "Why do you trust me?" He said, "Because you love me." And so she put her sword away. She said, "Exactly. We are at the mercy of God's will. This is His sword at our throat. And I trust Him because I know He loves me and I love Him." And then the husband understood. Sail the ship. That's right. Pilot works too, or navigate. Thank you, Carol. Surfing the Kali Yuga. I like that, Ben. Yeah. Man the ship. Yeah. That has been used historically. Thank you, Jessica, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Steer works too, yes. Now I'll never run out of options the next time I have to describe the action of what you do with a ship. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Yggdrasil, for your rosa. Narayanaya vidmahe Vasudevaya dhimahi Tanno Vishnu prachodayat. Well, I think we have done a wonderful job exploring this question, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. I couldn't add anything more than what you have all expressed, other than the story. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Yggdrasil. Sounds good, Stevie G. I look forward to hearing a new song from you. Riri, you ask, what's the name of these two symbols tied together? Speaking of the many ways to pilot a boat, these things have a ridiculous number of names. Even the Wikipedia article, the first few sentences are just enumerating the many names that they're called. Hand symbols is the English word. Hand symbols. I tend to prefer the Sanskrit word manjira, M-A-N-J-I-R-A, or J-E-E-R-A, both work, manjira, because that was the first word that I learned of them, but they go by many names. Alright. Goofy Goosey. Guess what time it is now? You're funny, Greg RG. Oh, Captain, my Captain, throw off your anchor and root me. Root me into the floor of the earth. Best wishes to Robin Williams. No, I wish I had deeper cymbals or gongs. That'd be lovely. I love the sound of a gong. It's time for ruminations, where we meditate on the poetry of the Sufi mystic. Let's dive into it. This poem is called "The Master Imbues His Speciality." Whatever knowledge the Master is known to have, with it the souls of their pupils are imbued. The theologian imbues with theology, the Master of Law with jurisprudence. How the emphasis on that word is conducted, I don't know. The Master who is absorbed in the way will help the seeker become absorbed in God. Of all the things to know, the best preparation and provision on the day of death is the knowledge of spiritual poverty. Good stuff. Let's read a couple more, shall we? The knowledge of spiritual poverty, I like that. This poem's called Fasting. Fast from thoughts. Fast. Thoughts are like the lion and the wild ass. Men's hearts are the thickets they haunt. Fasting is the first principle of health. Restraint is superior to medication. Scratching only aggravates the itch. Fast and behold the strength of the spirit. Fast from thought, fast. A little something in here for everybody. Finally, a 2-line poem called Polish. If you are irritated by every rub, how will your mirror be polished? How will your mirror be polished? Banger after banger after banger. Thank you, Rumi. Thank you, everyone, for the roominess in their heart as we ruminate on these poems. Another episode of ruminations. And for those that are new, normally we don't go through our segments one after the other like this, but we had such a long question and answer session at the beginning of the Sangha that we have to squeeze them all in at the end. Yeah. Isn't that an interesting analogy, Carol? Usually you just fast for food and stuff, but fasting from your thoughts, that is fascinating. Thank you, Banjo, for your heart me. Ganganapatai Namah. Yeah. Yggdrasil, you're wondering how much longer today do I intend to stream? Not much longer, as we have only one final thing to do, and that's close with a meditation for our root chakra tonight. Oh, that's lovely, Taylor. Thank you, dear Virgo. I believe that there is beauty to be found in everyone, and I thank you for looking for that in me. May it be a reflection of all the beauty that exists in you. Yes, you spelled it adequately. Yggdrasil. I'll tell you what the Sanskrit word for the root chakra is, but let me go to the Nididhyasana scene. I'm very much looking forward to this. Tonight we'll meditate on the lotus petals of the root chakra. Every chakra is a lotus, and the root chakra has 4 lotus petals. On each petal and at its center is a mantra, a bija mantra, a seed mantra, which plants the seeds for various things. If you can see that, the 4 sub-mantras are Vam Shang Shang Sam, and the main mantra is Ram. I can show you a beautiful artwork taken from The Hidden Power in Humans, Chakras and Kundalini, a book by Paramahansa Swami Maheshwarananda. You can see the Devanagari for the mantra. And clockwise from the right. Vam Sham Sham Sam. It is this center which symbolizes our connection to Earth. That's why it's often called the root chakra. In Sanskrit, it's known as the Muladhara. Mula means root in Sanskrit, and Adhara means the basis or foundation. So the root of our foundation. Some notes of pronunciation. The root chakra's sub-mantras are all 3 sibilants. In English, we have 2. We have the S, which is formed by putting our tongue against our teeth. S. We also have the SH sound, which is a palatal sibilant by arching our tongue up to the roof of our mouth. Sh, 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 sh. Sanskrit has one more, which is the retroflex sibilant, which is formed by curling your tongue back. Shh, shh, shh. It can be difficult for English speakers to differentiate between the palatal and retroflexibilant. But as long as you know how to articulate them, that's all that matters. Arch your tongue up for the sha. Curl your tongue back for the sha. And put your tongue close to your teeth for the sa. And then that is preceded by the labial approximant. It's not actually equivalent to the English V. It's something in between a V and a W. It's the vibration of a V, but it's the shape of a W. With a W, you just curl your lips together, but with a V, you touch your lip to your teeth. But try to make the vibrating sound with just one lip against the other without involving your teeth. Then that's wa, 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 wa. And then finally, for the main mantra, this is perhaps the most difficult. You may have heard of a rolled R. This is a rolled L. And ultimately, all of these sounds culminate in what's called the anuswara, which is the M with the dot under it. It's a pure nasalization, where you bring the place of resonance to your nasal cavity. The highest place in the human body where a sound can resonate. All together, one more time, that's Wang Shang Shang Sang And we'll do it 108 times, counted on by a mala around your neck, which I may take off now. Thank you for energizing it. I'll start off slow, and you can join in whenever you like or just listen. Wang Shang Shang Sang 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 Vong 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 Shang Shang Sang Rlang Vong Shang Shang Sang 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 Vang Shang Shang Sound Rlam Vang Shang Shang Sound Rlam Vang Shang Shang Sound 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 Wang Shang Shang Sang 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 Vang Shang Shang Sang Rlang 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 Vang Shang Shang Sang Salutations to the Mooladhara, to the root of our foundation, to the element of Prithvi, to the earth, to Prithvi Mata, to the mother whom we get this body from. May we return this body to her with a world better than the way we found it. May all who hear this mantra benefit from its chanting. Namaste. If you made it through to the end, you should ask yourself, are you proud of yourself? You should be. Long meditation. So this is the end of our Sangha now. Thank you to those who sent a gift whilst we were meditating. Thank you, Andy, for your rosa. Yggdrasil, thank you for your garland headpiece, and enough roses for us all to go home with 3 each. Something like that anyway. 236, my goodness. You could make a very large garden with that. Never expected, nor necessary, but deeply appreciated. Om Sadhyo Jatam Prapadyami Sadhyo Jataya Vai Namo Namah Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavasva Mam Bhavod Bhavaya Namah. Thank you for recommending that we do this, dear Stevie G. Oh, good. Pardon my hiccup. Thank you, Lena, for your pair of roses. Om Vamadevaya Namo Jeshtaya Namah Shreshtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalevekarnaya Namo Balaya Namo Balevekarnaya Namo Balapramathanaya Namah Sarva Bhuta Damanaya Namo Manonmenaya Namah. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, John Tyler, for your trio of roses. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Tanno Rudraf Prachodayat. This is the ancient language of Sanskrit, or known in English as Sanskrit. Beautiful language, one in which many languages have evolved from, our mother tongue. In fact, the word mother comes from the word mother in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, mata. And from mata, we get mother. So it really is our mother tongue. Thank you, Gina, for your roses. Om Ishana Sarva Vidyanam Ishwar Sarva Bhutanam Brahmadipati Brahmanodhipatir Brahma Shivo Me Astu Sa Eva Sada Shiva Om. You could do that meditation all day long, dear Riri. Well, you're welcome to. Why not? You've got a lot of days. What if you spent one day chanting the whole day? Wouldn't that be fun? You know, just one day. I think that'd be fun. Yes. Why 108? So the reason of 108 is due to 4 astrological significances. And you can verify this yourself. Take the distance from the Earth to the moon and ask how many moons could fit in that distance. It's the same as asking what's the ratio between the distance from the Earth to the moon to the diameter of the moon. So how many moons could fit between the Earth and the moon? Well, it turns out it's a lot, yes. Bigger than you think. Bigger than most people think. It's 108. Now you could ask us the same question for our Earth and the Sun. Think about the size of the Sun and how far away the Sun is. Well, if you know the answer for the moon, you actually already know the answer for the Sun because of solar eclipses. Since distance scales inversely with size, because the Sun is bigger but farther and yet the same angle on the sky, it's also 108. So you can fit 108 suns between the Earth and the Sun. But it doesn't stop there. There's 2 more fun facts. If you think about the Earth, how big it is, and the size of the Sun, across the diameter of the Sun could fit 108 Earths. So this number represents our Earth, Moon, and Sun. But it doesn't stop there. There's one more significance. In astrology, there are 9 celestial bodies to consider. There's the Sun, there's the Moon, but then there's Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. And where they are relative to 12 constellations is what we study in astrology. And so combinatorically, there's 9 times 12 astrological effects. And 9 times 12 is 108. So when you're chanting on a mala, every bead represents a moon, every bead represents a sun, every bead represents an earth, every bead represents a planet in a constellation. Isn't that beautiful? I think that's beautiful. It's one way of empowering your meditation. Yes. My sun sign is a Libra. But in Vedic astrology and other astrologies like sidereal astrology that takes into account the precession of the ecliptic, I think I actually shift into another sun sign, which is Virgo. So it depends which astrological system. Libra is the sign of the scales. 11:11. It was 11:11 for me a minute ago. Thank you, dear Lena, for your roses. Hello, dear Donzuela. Faithful being, you share the difference between sidereal and tropical is 23 degrees. It's not that huge of a difference. 23 degrees from one perspective is not a lot, no. But let me tell you, if it was 23 degrees colder right now, I'd be frozen. Different kind of degrees, different unit. Stevie G, you ask, would Vedic astrology be the most reliable as the Vedas are connected to yoga? Well, yoga is one school of Indian philosophy that actually predates the Vedas. Vedanta is another school of Indian philosophy. There's lots of overlap for sure. But technically speaking, when we're talking about the yoga school of philosophy, it's something a little different than the Vedantic school of philosophy. But one of the 6 Vedangas, one of the 6 auxiliary disciplines of the Vedas is indeed astrology, Vedic astrology called Jyotisha. Yeah. But there's so much overlap in the schools of Indian philosophy that the yogis also have an equivalent astrological system. Oh, thank you, dear Lena. Dear Ekatva Dharma, you ask, when is part 2 coming? The Path of Knowledge. Oh my goodness, I forgot. Yes, I made a video on Karma Yoga, and I made a video on Bhakti Yoga. I forgot to make a video on Jnana Yoga. Thank you. To fill in the gap at least, I'll leave you with this. That true knowledge is the place from which you act in true action. That you verify the truth of the place you act from immediately in the value that that action adds to your life. What do I mean by that? Well, how do you know that you're the soul and not the body? How can you really know this? The solution that's given secretly in the Bhagavad Gita is try to act from the position of a soul. Change your life, change your behavior to reflect the fact that you're a soul, and you'll see the truth in it immediately. If you act from a place of being a soul, if you make all your decisions based on that, your life will reflect the truth of the place in which you base those actions. And that's the unity of Karma Yoga and Jnana Yoga. And in the first 2 videos I made, I showed the unity of Karma Yoga with Bhakti Yoga. So by transitivity, they are all one. Thank you, Ekodeka, for the heart me you sent too. Om Namah Karnim Vidame Shrim Naditame Harim Devitame Aing Saraswatyai Swaha. And thank you, Lena, for another rose. So we've come to the end of our Sangha. I didn't mean to go so long today, but you know what? I couldn't have not, because you all had such wonderful questions that deserve to be attended to. So I'm not upset. My body might be a little bit. Need to get some food and water in this thing, so I'm gonna go do that now. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace. Do know that this live stream will be uploaded to my ASMR YouTube channel, Yamsox ASMR. Unlike the other lives that are uploaded to my regular Yamsox Lives YouTube channel, they're both linked in the link tree in my bio. On the Yamsox Lives YouTube channel is also where I put the clips from every live, including today. The clips of the meditation and the show and tell and the readings, in case you ever want to catch up on those things. It's there for you for free. There's something new in my link tree I should mention also. I never like having to set boundaries that restrict people from this community in any way, but unfortunately it is necessary sometimes. To remedy the fact that I don't want that boundary to ever be permanent necessarily, there's an unblock or unban request form in the link tree now. Obviously, if you're watching this live stream, you're probably not blocked. But, just in case, for whatever reason, our own vulnerabilities brush up against each other and that changes, I hope you know that that form is there. I never want you to, or anyone to feel permanently left out. Or if you know someone that has been distanced from the space but does genuinely want to be a part here, there's a form that you can fill out or send to them. So I hope you know that's there, so you don't feel like, I don't know, that you only get one chance at being here. I never want anyone to feel that way. I'm glad you like that idea, Don Suela. It gives everyone an opportunity to return. Yeah, exactly. I pray that it never has to come to that point for anyone in particular, though. Dear Cher Lisa, is Roger for real? We just started talking a few weeks. I assume you are taking this live stream to be a fortune-telling live stream. Everything I do is free in case you ever get messaged by someone that says, I'll read your future, or I don't have any spiritual services for charge. But I will tell you for free that don't worry about Roger. Worry about yourself. If you are being authentic, if you are enjoying Roger's company, then that's all that truly matters. What's for real is what you make of it. And how long it continues, that's up to both of you. If you want it to continue and Roger also wants it to continue, then it shall. But for as long as you are experiencing something together, enjoy that. Be grateful for the moment. Of course, dear Cher. User 443, you ask, what do I think of Satanism? I don't have much thoughts about it, other than it's not an actual belief system in the sense that there are people worshipping the devil. There's really no such thing as devil worshippers, I've come to learn. What I have come to learn is that there are people that have been traumatized from their religion, and kind of as a screw you to their previous religion, they might join a counter-culture movement against the culture of that religion and protest the dogma. And that's all good and dandy. I think we should stand up against the trappings of religion. I think that's what Satanism really is. It's a kind of, you're gonna call me evil for the things that I do? Oh yeah? Well, I'm going to embody that. I'm gonna take ownership of that kind of thing. It's a kind of an empowering thing. But I'm not a Satanist. I actually have a lot of love for the Christ and Abrahamic traditions when they're done with love and harmony, and all paths to the divine are equally valid, because there's only one source that we can return to, whichever path we take. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Om Asato Ma Sadgamayam Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. Om. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment. And may there be peace in the forces that act on us. All of our enemies are ultimately inside. We have to befriend our own inner demons, our lust, our anger, our avarice, our hatred, our jealousy, our greed. And there's so much love and light to look for in the world. We can easily be distracted by all the darkness. May we continue to see that light that comes from our source reflected everywhere we go. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.